Okay, live, and yeah, running a little late. But yeah, okay. Better send out a link. And yeah, I might actually start timestamping these. So yeah, it's the sorry. And oh no, yeah, I've done that again. I do it every time. Confuses the hell out of me. This. But yeah, it's the 10th of May. And yeah, working on Nimble, getting through that task list that you see in the bottom corner. Yeah, so send out a link. I have a bit of a cough today. Yeah, so basically, focus is getting the platform generation logic done, which is pretty damn close, actually. Yeah, I got most of it done yesterday, so this is all just going to be getting the sort of fine detail logic and basically replacing all the behaviors that currently exist in the game. Because most of those are all hard coded, and I want to be able to use something that's a bit more systemic with these. So, yeah, gonna start on that in a second. Just do a bit of channel advertising. Because actually, yesterday there was a guy in here who was helping out. You know, like sort of at least somebody who knew some constructs, so they could kind of like say if I was doing something totally wrong, or it's a bit like rubber ducking in a way. Have you heard of that? It's basically where you can talk to basically anything, or a rubber duck, or basically an inanimate object. Talk through your problem, and you actually solve it. It actually works. It's crazy, but it does. Solved a lot of scripting issues in my professional career through that a lot. Less so with this stuff because it's well, with this I just kind of hit my head against the wall until it works. No real strict deadlines, although my current deadline is Sunday for this. So yeah, anyway, second. Okay, right. Tweet. As my phone liked to tell me. Okay, so where were we yesterday? So yesterday I got the 3 different types of thicknesses of. Sorry, I just silence that. Yeah, yesterday got the 3 different thicknesses of platforms in, and they're now like sort of kind of pre-defined widths. So I'm able to control kind of control the flow a little better. Before I didn't really have much say in the matter; it was all just totally random. But now I can have some random deviation per thickness or width. Yeah, I'm just oh quantum shoot, awesome. I'm not drinking tea, unfortunately. I'm drinking coffee. Yeah, kind of lukewarm coffee as well. um, yeah, so I'm just gonna run the game to kind of get refresh my brain where I am in this. Yeah, I'll start from the map. So the only level I've got set up so far is Iridescent Verge, which is the first level. Doesn't matter. So I had it so it was still setting up, it was still spawning. So I got the candle spawn again yesterday. That was the last thing I did. They should be spawning every 2 or 3 platforms. Which is quite similar to the way it was, but before it was based on time, so later in the game you get candles less because the game, well, you get candles less per platform because platforms are going across the screen faster. And I don't want to have it based on time that way. It seems too arbitrary. And if people can play at the fastest speed, I want to reward that. As you'll see, I can't now, so I'm probably going to max the speed soon. Yes, I got the long platforms, the medium platforms, and a couple of the short ones. Thanks for cross-eyed. Yeah. Probably near the max speed now, actually. So yeah, there's no hazards or anything. So one of the things I do want to do is add in the tiny platforms, like basically the ones that are, if you hit them, you've got to jump straight away, pretty much. Like, that was pretty close to that, actually. Like, just because I was a bit late on the jump, but the ones where you really do have to, and they'll come in, like, quite infrequently. There'll be, like, a challenge. And the long ones will come in that'll have multiple hazards on them as well. Yeah, you can see I could probably do this forever because the spacing is never unfair. I always make sure the player's able to do it. Like, the only way of, to be honest, the only way of really dying outside of levels that have hazards is to fall down a pit, basically. Yeah, I could do a tea actually, especially lukewarm coffee. Yeah, so this will just go on forever. Right. So yeah, I know where I was with that. So the next task is probably to get the grass back in. Yeah, it's not. I mean, as far as instant coffee goes, this is all right. It's that stuff that's in a little silver tub. Don't even know what manufacturer it is. Some like Nescafe shit, but it's alright, except it's gone pretty much cold now. Ugh. Okay, right. So yeah, I need to get the grass back into the first level, because that, although it's a help to the player, it can mess you up a little bit, because it is slowing you down quite rapidly. So if you do that just before an edge on a jump, you might have misjudged how far it is. Hello! And yes, I haven't forgotten, I do need to introduce you to the Star Citizen community manager. I just, yeah, I've been, in my free time I've been doing this, and at work I've been crazy busy. So, but I haven't forgotten. I'll try and get it done by Friday or something. Yeah, if you just let me know, like maybe just let me know kind of like exactly what you the direction of stuff you want to do anyway, or you want to hear from. Yeah, just some kind of introduction thing, like so I don't have to think too much myself. Yeah, and yeah, the community seems great anyway. So right, where are we? I need to get to the grass pieces. Okay. Where the hell are the candle? There. So I think I actually had the grass set up. Maybe. Disconnected it yesterday. Oh god, I can't remember. Which one of these is right? They'll probably have a similar equation to that. So Keva's got the same equation to that. Ah, okay, I remember what I had to do. There seems to be a bug in construct with this stuff. If you set the position, press all, yeah. I'm sure that'll help. Yeah, like if you set the position here as you spawn the object, if I was to say use that equation, which is, I mean, it's long, but it's simple. If I set the position here, the first time the grass spawns, it'll be like this amount. So, no, sorry, not. Well, imagine that says grass. I've copy-pasted the wrong equation, but it'll be that amount if it was grass off its position, but only the first time it spawns. I can't get my head around it. So instead, I basically spawn it at like the origin, and then I move it in the next frame or next action, I guess. I don't know why that's the case. I think it's. I don't really want to blame the engine, but I think it might be a bug. Could be something to do with the fact that it's, when you spawn it, it chooses its position as part of its spawn sequence. So technically, when it tries to find its position before it's spawned, it's dividing by 0, which means it's not changing anything. That could be it. I don't know. I don't really know the ins and outs of how spawning works. What would happen if you pulled it instead of spawning? I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. Do you mean if I had one in the world and I moved it to that location? Somewhere? I don't know. Right, so I'm just going to try this now. I think, how have I got this set up? So this should spawn on... Oh wait, so if I set this to... So I find a good way of testing is just make it so it happens on everything, every time. So like, yeah, so if I set these to all go on every single block that's spawned, then I'll know that it's working correctly. Ah, yeah. So basically, if I have one on the out, like somewhere in the, like, out there in the void somewhere, I could reference that one, move it along, send it back every time I need it, kind of thing. I mean, I'm wondering if I did that for most of the stuff in the game, I bet the performance would be better. Like, it's bound to be, right? So, we didn't get grass on the first one. That's weird. Hold on a second. I fucked up. Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, I made it a sub. Idiot. I do that quite often. And sometimes I end up doing that, then moving on to like 2 or 3 other tasks and don't realise that that's like a sub-action of another condition. But yeah, you are probably right. The performance would probably improve a lot, and to be honest, I don't get great performance on mobile. Actually, like on iPhone 5, it doesn't run at 60, and that's a problem for the physics in this game, which I know shouldn't be the case. But you know, I made this quite a while ago now, like over a year. That's depressing. But yeah, like I did make it a while ago, and I just went with whatever I knew at the time. So yeah, I'm sure it's okay on the iPhone 5S. It's just the 5. Okay, so the grass is working now. Should be spawning randomly along the top of the platforms. Should be getting deleted when it goes off screen. I need to double check that. I'm pretty bad at cleanup. Yeah, this is fine. It's looking great. Yep, cool. Amazing. Hope it's all as quick as that. Right. Okay. But yeah, it's the performance is pretty good on iPhone 5S onwards. It's, I would say, unplayable on a 4S or a 4. But people have played it on that, and I kind of feel bad. I kind of want to give them an instant refund. But you know, people I've known who played it on 4, they said they liked it. I was just like, you're not playing it right. You know, like sometimes when you die on the 4, because the frame rate's lower, the physics turn off, and there'll be a frame where the physics aren't working, so you'll get stuck inside a platform and you'll float through it to the other side. It's just, I just want to give them a refund. I hate it. Oh yeah, I think I'll bring it to other platforms. I don't think I'll do Android because I don't have any test devices, and I don't want to release something that's kind of shitty, like, because I don't know how it runs. I don't want to buy any Android devices either. Not saying I never want to, but I mean for now. So yeah, probably not Android. I am now officially, supposedly, a Wii U developer. But I haven't got around to going that route. Yeah, I think it would be cool on Wii U. It would be cooler on 3DS. Like, I mean, it's fucking made for it. It's got the depth and everything. But 3DS is kind of limited to C++ and some Unity games. So, maybe. Yeah, so maybe Wii U. I don't know how to perform. It's hard to tell without getting a dev kit, and that means I'm kind of committed at that point, and I can't tell if when I put this version out, I'll want to go back or not. You know, like do more development or just try something new. Hard to tell. Kind of one of those things I have to look into the future. Yeah, I mean, on Wii U, it's kind of more like, will my game run through the HTML5 framework thing on Wii U? Because on iPhone, like because on iPhone I actually run it through what's it called? Cocoon. So I run it through the Cocoon thing still, and it. Any other way I've tried just doesn't run well at all. It's like any form of getting my game onto iPhone has been bad, except Cocoon. That's the closest, and even it's a wrapper. Yeah, thanks. And it does work pretty well. I mean, performance is great. The audio side of things is good as well, because that's something that's totally screwed on all the other versions of that I've used for iOS. Coffee's dead. But yeah, the audio is totally screwed on those other versions. So using Cocoon seems like still it's the only option for me. And it's not ideal because there's a couple of bugs that are exclusive to that. Like basically these line patch objects, these. So on Cocoon, these have anti-aliasing, so they're really, really blurry, and it basically makes so that pixel there basically expands about 5 or 6 pixels outwards. So it's technically not using a 4-color palette at that point, and it's blurry and messy, and it's not sharp pixels anymore, which bothers me immensely. So I've actually got a kind of hack in here to try and get around that. I'm basically using this shader stack here. And I don't know. All right, I actually. So somebody asked me about this the other day, and I didn't know what it was called. Right. So there's one here called monitor. A shader effect called monitor. Let me just find out what the actual. Simulate a single color monitor with adjustable dynamic range. Okay, so basically, yeah. Okay, so this basically makes it black and white. And for some reason, these values work well. Don't know why. I think these values plus that dynamic range basically cut it to 4 colors. So what I do is I cut it to 4 colors. I up the contrast for some reason. I think that's to get the white and the black like at opposite ends of the spectrum. I think that value worked for me. Then I force all of the colors those two settings make, and then I through every single basically every single color palette I have in the game, I refer back to these darkest dark, lightest RGB source colors, and I basically swap them based on whatever color palette you're using, which means this is crunching all of the colors down. So whatever blurry mess Cocoon makes out of this shape, only on 9-patch objects, like exclusively on 9-patch objects, it basically crunches that down so there's only 4 colors. However, it's almost random, so you won't see it as that pill shape. You might see it as like a line at the top and a few dots at the bottom or something. So it's not ideal. It really annoys me. Most people probably won't notice, to be honest, but it really bothers me. I don't think I would make another pixel art game using Cocoon again because of that. If I was going to make a pixel art game on iPhone, I probably wouldn't use Construct again for this reason, which is gutting because I love the engine. It's great, but there are things that really bother me. How it is. Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those things. If you develop something, it's like there all the time, right? Like, can't get away from it. Especially when you work on it every day. And well, I am these days anyway, because I am actually trying to get this done. I want to move on, but I am having fun doing it, and I'm cleaning it up a bit as well. That's what I'm doing at the moment. That's what my task list is kind of for. Like the reduced snowflake count is my second task on my list. That's basically because on less than iPhone 5S it runs a bit slow. The snow level anyway, so I can easily fix it on one level. Okay. Right, so the grass thing worked. However, that was only on every single platform. I want to probably set that to... What is it on right now? Trying to work out... So I'm kind of having to go back to the way I used to do the level stuff. Yeah. Should be easy just to reduce the snowflakes. I just need to change like a number or two. But I want to kind of keep it so that it still looks similar. Sorry, just gonna... He sent me a game to look at. I'll look at it in a minute. Let's stay on target. Right. Oh god, look at all this mess. You can see all these times I've tried something and gone, maybe that won't work. I'll copy paste it and try it in a different way. And now, looking back at this, I don't know what I was trying there. I'd have to like actually go through it all. I should comment more stuff. Right, so I need to check level 3, I think. No, what? It doesn't help that I've changed the names of the levels at certain points. Right, where's level... Yeah, it is level 3. Okay, I'm right. Right, level 3. So back on level 3, I used to spawn platform, the little snow piles every 6 to 18 seconds if you were going at a certain speed and the platform would support that size, that object. 6 to 18, so I'd also, if you were going faster, I'd give you a second chance as well. Okay, yeah, so 6. Trying to work out how that would be similar to platforms. I mean, I could work out how many platforms are spawned after 6 seconds, and then how many are spawned at 18, and then find some kind of like middle ground for that. I think it might be. I can't tell if it's better or worse if it was like if a hazard or a helper or a hindrance was gonna be spawned at a exact interval, like every 10 platforms you get something, or if it was like better if it was every 8 to 11 or something. I can't tell if that's. Don't know which way would be better really. Like, is predictability good? Like, because one of the benefits of switching to non-random platforms and having 3 different sizes is the benefit you get for giving the player some form of anticipation. Like when a platform's coming in, they know to guess whether or not there's going to be is it going to be a long platform? If so, I can like run for a while. Like if the game's going fast, you're like hoping for those. So there's that kind of feeling of anticipation and that feeling of like relief or like dread. Like there is actually a feeling there. I mean, I'm going way too deep into platform spawning at this point in an infinite runner, but yeah, I do kind of want to make sure that everything I've done I've thought about beforehand. What if it was randomized? Yeah, the problem is with random stuff is sometimes it can be really, really harsh, and can be like it can sometimes teach the player the wrong thing. Like sometimes something can be very generous, like several times, and they can kind of learn the wrong thing, unless you're expressly saying that something's random. I don't really like doing that. I don't really like putting text in my game at all. I was annoyed that I had to put help in there, but people needed it. I'm not quite. I don't want to say I'm not quite a good enough designer to do something with that text, but it's kind of more that the game's so low resolution. There's only so much you can do with the amount of pixels on screen, you know. But yeah, that was a bit of a rant for something that's it should be quite a simple thing. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to play it and see how long it takes platforms to actually. Well, I need to actually disable the spawning of the grass ones, wherever they are. This is such a mess already. I only did it yesterday. Yeah. I mean, I guess the kind of end goal is to always like kind of make a tutorial that people don't realize exists, right? Like the invisible tutorial is kind of what you're always aiming for. Just hard to achieve. Where's my map screen? Map there. I need to rename that from quote. Right. Okay. Oh no. Right. Okay. So I'm just gonna try and get a feel for this now. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I would say I've got an invisible. Sorry, I'm just going to turn the music off a second. I would say I've got an invisible tutorial in this game. In that you have to do the tutorial. Well, you have to actually do the only action you can the only meaningful interaction you can do in this game is the only way of starting it. You know, like basically you have to jump, you have to whip the start candle. And I think one of the problems is people can do it accidentally. I've seen people like rather than tapping the screen to jump, I've seen them swipe upwards, which blows my mind because, like, you know, I see the screen as a giant button, but I think that's a generational thing because I grew up with controllers. There's a lot of people who didn't now, which is mental, but that's just how it is. Yeah, so at this point, holy shit, yeah. What about 1,000? Probably start counting my platform. Yeah, like people like swiping up to jump. That's mental. That'd be like, I don't know, like pressing down then up to jump in Mario because you got to bend your knees or something. It's weird. But yeah, people do different things, right? Like, and then seeing people go crazy when they try and whip because they're tapping like crazy. It's like I play this game so casually, but then I made it, so of course I'm going to like. I don't break a sweat to whip a candle right now. Like, just click if there's a candle, which there isn't right now. But come on, candle. There you go. That did not challenge me really. Yeah, it's weird when you see people like of different, like, you know, generations doing things differently. But I guess in some ways, sort of try and support it. Like, I have been pressured by people in this game to change it so that the screen's split in two halves. Basically, it'll play the same as Monster Dash. I don't want to do that because there's no point in, like, people say, why can't you whip on the floor? It's like, why would you? There's actually no benefit to it. There's never actually a use for it. Like, even when there's obstacles, you have to jump them because that's, you know, how the game's designed. If I had enemies or something, then I would probably have to do the Monster Dash method because I'd have to have two inputs. I think the main reason actually is pretty cringy now looking back, but I didn't know how to do a walk cycle that could be interrupted by an attack. Because you could technically attack at any point in a walk cycle. I mean, the walk cycle is pretty simple anyway, but I mean, I didn't really know how that would work. So I just decided, no, I'm just going to do some kind of attack that you can only do in the air, because the air it's always going to be like, what, maximum of, I think I do 2 frames on the way up and 2 frames on the way down. So I can just swap that out with an attack animation. So I thought, cool. And that was where I added the whip in, back when I originally made it, I mean. But one thing I did realise is that this is actually something that, like, I guess not many people do when they make these types of games, is that I didn't base my stuff on anything. I mean, my character stuff, like most people start with like a Mega Man sprite or something. I literally, this little dude is the first pixel art I ever did. It's not based on anything. I know it's very, very simple, but I'm quite proud of the fact that actually the walk animation reads, the jump reads, like, it does actually work. And it's not based on anything. I only realised that last Ludum Dare because I went to look at some sprites for reference and I couldn't work out how to use a reference, and like I basically drew a sprite, then got a reference, and I couldn't actually work out how to use a reference with my own work. So I ended up basically using my own thing as reference. I got Jack v Nimble and made I don't know if you saw it. It was like a little like spaceman game, and I basically made the spaceman have the same walk cycle as Jack does, which is mental. I'm basically using myself as reference, but I was comfortable with it and I knew how to pace it and stuff. Weird to reference yourself, but also weird that I found it so hard to just kind of copy people's stuff. I can't do it. Okay, so now I'm gonna. You're right. When you said 12 earlier, I think 12 platforms might be about the number I need. So I could say every 12, provided you're above the right speed. But am I going to hit a problem there? How does that maths work? It's saying every single one it checks, based on the total of platforms spawned, if that number is divisible by 12. I think that's how I'm doing it. God damn. Crazy getting back to old work. Yeah, if the number's divisible by 12. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, if the number's divisible by 12, and you're going over a certain speed, and the platform's critically of the right width, then spawn the grass. That might work. I'm not 100% confident though this time. So if I say, so every single block I do a check, and I do every single, yes I do, don't I? Because I need to say this is every 12. I'm pretty sure that's how you check to see if something's every 12 of a value that you've got, I think. Yeah, so every 12. I also need to check. I've probably got this somewhere actually. Yeah, if the width is, I could check to see if the width was either a small or a medium block. Would that work? Yeah, because that decision's already done in the tree beforehand. So yeah, maybe that'll be fine. What's the other thing? Oh, speed. Yeah, speed's got to be above 160. Easy. Speed's over 160, and then I'm gonna see if I can do a check here to see whether or not something is. Say it can only spawn on small because they're really obvious. And I'll be able to tell whether or not they're actually spawning correctly or not. Every 12 though, that's quite... Right. Okay, so 1. Ah. So there's the problem. Yeah. So it's only going to be checking every 12, and if that doesn't happen to be the right thickness, then you've got to wait until the 24th platform. If that's not the right thickness, then it's got to be like the 36th platform. That's that ain't so hot. I mean, it's fine if the rule's a little less harsh, but yeah, I'm never going to see a piece of grass with those kind of. That's too harsh rule set, I think. Yeah, I haven't seen a single one yet. Because the probability of a thin platform is quite low anyway, so yeah. And that's the thing. If you just happen to be a little less, like you're slightly not at the top speed on the 12th platform, then you're not going to get one for another 13. No, you're not going to get one for another 12 or 11 or whatever. Yeah, I'm never going to see any. Kind of worried how easy I find this, though. I say that as I die. But, yeah, that's... I need to think of a better way of doing this. Yeah. Yeah. This isn't... Well, for one thing, I can change that to normal, so then there's a higher chance of that happening, but I think this rule set's too strict. And yeah, maybe every if the rule set was still like, if I had the block size as strict and it was every 3, that would work. But I want it to be, I don't want it to happen so soon. So right, this should be every 12, but there should be a normal one. I should really have the platform debug on as well, so I can see how many are spawning instead of having to count them. Shit, what am I doing? That's not a good way to test. Right, I'm going to get the debug on. That's really annoying not having it. So, where is it? Here. No, what? Where is it? What? Be some debug somewhere. Where are you? Hidden? Yes, it's hidden. Of course it is. Yeah, so I'm gonna put it up here. Oh, that's the worst name ever. 1. Do a little search for that. I'm not actually sure what I'm using that for. Yeah, it tells me how many blocks. No, it doesn't. I'm lying. It tells me the game speed. Not as useful. I'll get debug drill 2 to do the same thing. Wherever that is. It's very weird having to make your own debug stuff. Like, as somebody who comes from like working in, you know, other people's game engines. Time. Really strange having to do stuff like that. Right, okay, so at least now I'll see actually what's happening. So that's the game speed. So it's not going to spawn, I think that lower number's rotating. Slowly. So when it hits 160, yeah, 160 then it should be able to spawn, and when it hits 12 it will spawn. That's kind of right on the money, and that was a normal platform. It should have spawned there. Right at 24. I wonder if my code's just bad. There it is. 24. The next one's a 36. If it's a normal sized platform. And it was, and it is. Okay. Yeah, so the problem was it was just a bit too harsh before. Okay, right. So that was obviously pretty harsh. Like it's annoying because it actually comes in at the right time. So 160 and 12 is around when those trees come past, and that's when the game starts feeling quite, not so much feeling good, but looking good. Like, that's usually the sweet spot where I record GIFs and stuff, like around when this happens. So that's around the 160, 10 mark. That was quite early, like, but this is when the game's looking fast enough so it looks like smooth and there's a lot of shit happening on screen. So yeah, that's a good time for that to happen. Then yeah, whenever you hit 160, you kind of want to have a chance to drop down again. It does feel kind of slow right now though. I think, yeah, 180, 200 is a good time. This next one's at 32, right? No, 36. That's too far. Because it only takes you down to 220 at that point. Because when you're going faster, you don't stay in the grass as long, so you don't slow down as much. Which I'm still not entirely sure that is the best design. It's just because that was kind of what happened, I kind of stuck with it. I mean, I don't want to change too much because I am trying to get this done. Like, but yeah. I think when it comes in, it's right, but after that, it needs to be slightly more frequent than it is. So maybe it could be every 10. Seems too obvious. You know, it's like the roundest number, right? Like magical first times table you learn, pretty much. Times table, I haven't said that in many years. Weird. Didn't sound right. Where the hell is it? I should put bookmarks on these things so I can actually find them there. Okay. So if it's normal, I'm going to change that to an OR. Normal or, I keep forgetting what I call it, long or large. Large. Right. The normal large. I'm going to drop it to every 10. Kind of feel like making it 9 or 11 just because. But yeah. I'll try 10. Let's go funky. Grape, or whatever colour I could call this. I should have named the colours. I didn't really have a space to put the names there. So 10, 160. Ah, okay, so what happens if you hit 10 and it's over 160? Absolutely nothing. I guess that's kind of the problem with a fixed number. Right, I'm gonna hit 200 in a sec. Still on. I mean, this is obviously going to be less harsh than the last time, but I'm getting towards 220, went down to 180. The same thing happened again. I think I found a sweet spot. So I'm about to hit 220. No platform. Oh, there was. But I died. Oh, okay, so the platform's generated off screen. That's when it switches to 1. Okay, right. I was Getting confused. You randomize everything, huh? I don't know why I don't. It doesn't sit well with me. I think, and I play plenty of games that I've got random. Like I love FTL. I think it's great. But that game is kind of one of the reasons why I don't want to design random stuff. As much as I love playing the game, it's not something I particularly like to design because I don't know. I like to know outcomes. I like predictability. I think a lot of people do. But FTL's pretty popular, and I like it myself, so I can't be completely right on that. 30 down to 180. Yeah, this is actually spot on. This is winning stuff. I mean, the only real kick in the nuts will be if you were unfortunate enough to have, like that was an example of it then. You hit a round number, and you're going fast, and it's a thin platform, so you don't get it doesn't spawn. That sucks. And that's just happened to, well, although that last one spawned, I missed it, but so it's gonna happen now. Oh, and it did. It almost happened 3 times, but that is where I'm okay with randomness, like actually embracing the random number generator for that. I'm actually okay with that because it's something that you can kind of work with. Like if you start getting the feel of, right, this is going to happen now, and it doesn't because you get like one of those thin platforms, I think that's okay. Especially because the next thing I need to do is add in the high-speed grass as well. So basically there'll be another set of grass that'll happen if you're over a certain speed. So what I probably need to do is do a check. This is where it starts getting complicated because I now want to spawn. Yeah, well, I mean, this is controlled randomness. Yeah, like I'm controlling how much of the random number generator is able to screw over the player. Yeah, this is difficult because now I'm probably going to want to spawn 2 of the same thing. Possibly. I mean, I could just spawn another instance of it, but because obviously if I have 2 patches of grass on one platform, I don't want them to be overlapping, so using exactly the same space, because then you're not getting the most of it. So I need to think of a way of splitting them up, or at least if they like having it so that they're allowed to overlap slightly, so they could look like a larger grass patch. I could just actually make a larger grass patch, but that means doing a little bit of pixel art, and I don't want to do pixel art and stuff like that now because I'm pretty far. Yeah, I mean, right now I'm fixing bugs. There is some I've got to do, but I'm probably going to do that tomorrow, I think. I'm going to do some like fire effects and stuff. But yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. I'm a bit too tired today. So. Yeah. Why does it say the platform speed's still 300? Weird. Okay, so my next step is, I mean, to be fair, I actually don't mind if the grass spawns on the small platforms. It's just, it can be harsh. Yeah, that's the thing. I could do a check to see if it's overlapping anywhere, and if it is, move it. But then I also need to check to make sure it's not on the edge of a platform, because I can't ever have it going off the side. Otherwise, it'll be floating in midair, you know. Which is why there's this. It looks crazy long, but I'm basically. Well, I have to round it all up because I need to make sure everything's on the pixel grid, but I'm getting the platform's X value, then I'm getting the width of the object I'm spawning, in this case grass, dividing that by 2, so I'm getting the middle of that object, and that's basically the low end of my random. And then yeah, the rest of it is all just like getting the high end of the random, which yeah, it's basically the same thing, but you add instead. So yeah, like that's kind of the problem with moving things, because I need to yeah, I need to be able to make sure that it spawns on this platform, and then I spawn another one on this platform. They're both completely independent of each other. They don't know that they exist. And then I need to basically do a check again, and I need to do this really rapidly. Actually, I mean, I think the game engine's okay at doing this. Then it needs to do a check and say, move it somewhere else. And I need to make sure it's not in that space, and that's one of the things that I've really not got to grips with in this engine. Like telling something to do something because it was doing that thing, but not to do that thing that I originally told it to do. That basically, I made a game jam game called G for Ludum Dare once, and I had the same problems in that. I basically made a random star field and I spawned some stuff in it, and I did a check I was trying to check if I ever spawned things on top of one another. So I moved it again, like whatever object it was, I deleted it and spawned it again. But I didn't have any concept of where it last was. And I mean, all I guess I could do is like I could have just stored the XY coordinates of the object and said like, is it over these at a certain oh. The origin isn't the problem, it needs to be the actual full size of the object. And I don't know how to store that. That's the problem. Yeah, it's the full size of the object. So I guess if I knew where the origin was. Yeah, I basically don't know how to say do not spawn in a X value between this and this. Isn't that just what compare two values is for? I'm pretty sure it does this. I think it does. But yeah, getting my head around that's kind of difficult right now. I don't want to move on though. I want to stick at this one and get it done. Yeah, I should do it, because this is what's holding me up now. Because when I do the next level's got little fires. Well, I mean, you've played it, right? Like, yeah. So the second level has these little fire patches that make you go faster. And basically, I don't want those. I never want those to be touching like the grass and the fire, like, because they're doing opposite things. And well, the fire should technically set fire to the grass. But I don't know if I want to restrict not ever spawning them on the same platform, especially if the platform's long enough. And at one point, I was starting to separate the concept of having like a left side and a right side to the platform. But I thought, if I was ever, that means if the platform's particularly long, I don't have a left side. I don't have two things at the end. They've always got to be separate. And then it made, I'll split it into 5. And then I was like, I'm just, I'm just kind of moving the problem around in like intervals rather than actually solving it. So I want to actually solve the problem. If I can. Yeah. So I guess one of the other things is I need to get the fast speed in. So I'm gonna copy paste that. Then I think I classed 240 as fast. I mean, yeah, 240 is fast. I mean, 300, like, you won't last very long, but it takes a little while to get up to 60, especially because every 10 platforms you're going to be going through, which would be whipping by at that point, you have a very high chance. I think it's you have a 4 in 5 chance of getting a piece of grass on your 10th platform. That's a pretty good chance. Water tastes vile. Oh, I don't know how long it's been in here. Actually, I didn't get out of the fridge. Where did that one come from? No, poisoned. Yeah. So right now, this would basically be doubling up. So after that, how often was I spawning them before? I can't remember if I was being really lenient if you were going fast. No, I wasn't actually. They were like support pieces. 240, 160, 18. I'm wondering if. Yeah, I mean, I should get some tea, really, but. Yeah, I want to kind of get through this first. Maybe if I spawn those every. There's a side of me that wants to say every 15. Because then, on 30, on 60, and so on, it means that you're going to get 2 patches of grass on one platform. Which is cool. And on, obviously, on 15, and you'll get 1. But, like, that's cool that you'll get that chance. But I need to. At the moment, those 2 things are independent of each other, and I need to kind of work out a way of making them link, or at least aware of each other. Must be something I'm not thinking of. I mean, I'm just going to get rid of the ORS statement here, and just run this, and so that basically whenever these numbers come around, it's always going to work. I'm going to see what this implementation looks like. I mean, I know I have to solve this because of the other events and the other levels, but I just want to see how this looks. I've got to be going at about 240 to actually experience it, though. So got to actually play it properly. I think I'm able to make those candles vary their height a little more as well. Pretty tired today. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it through the. I'm trying to do these streams like every. Well, at the for this week every day, 8 till 12. But today I am pretty tired. Right. Did I miss the first one? I was looking away. 20. Next one should have 2 on it. Yeah, hands, is there 1 on it? What have I done wrong? And 45 should have 1 on. No, sorry, 60 should. Oh, but I need to be going over 240, right? So 60. There should be 2 on it. They were just on top of each other. Oh, wake up. Yeah, they may have been, because that second set were as well. Okay, so. I mean, in that case as well, there wasn't any room for 2 of them to be next to each other anyway. Wow, this is more complicated than I thought. I'm just trying to do things that aren't always special case, and that's kind of one of the reasons I'm going through this, because I'm trying to test the game as well and get to a point where I can accurately check what's happening at any given time, so I can actually debug it properly. Yeah, man. Have a good one. Thanks for watching. Hopefully next time I'll have done this. Hopefully. Yeah. And I'm actually recording these and putting them on YouTube afterwards as well. Kind of good reference. And I'm probably going to pull them apart a little bit and use them for my next devlog, which should be this weekend, hopefully. I've got to polish it up and get a polished plan and stuff. But yeah. Okay. Have a good one. Right. Gotta focus now. Gotta get this done. Right, so that'll work. I just need to have a temporary variable, I think. The local variable. Ooh, where can I move these to? Can this be a sub condition of this? And then in turn, this local variable be... Can I now refer to that local variable, I wonder? Variable one. Imaginative. Yes, I can. Amazing. Right, so what I can do is... I can set the X. If I set two of these up, I set the grass X and the grass Y. Yeah, sure, whatever. Grass X and grass Y. And I set those at this point, so I say whatever this is. Oh God, can I even do that? Am I making shit up? Maybe. What do I get? Oh, I don't have to get, I just have to set the value, don't I? Yeah, of course, yeah, that's getting confused, right? So I set this value, should be here. Or was it grass X and grass Y? So the grass to whatever this is. Huh. But I need to distribute things at an average across the play space. That's the trickiest part. Because if it was an infinite width, then I could just keep going and just say, yeah, sure, wherever. But this could be on the edge. If it's on the edge... Cross that bridge. Can't keep moving on though, I've got to solve some of this at some point. Right, and then I do the same for the Y. So at least this way, I know that So at this point, I know that I've set them at X and Y. How does that help me? Where was I going with this? Ah, fuck. Because when I spawn these, I set its position. But I should be checking to see. Okay, so yeah, I move the. I don't set its position until I've checked. Doesn't work either. What am I thinking? What was I thinking when I did that? I needed to. I need to get the X position, I need to get the Y position. Because if I was to. I have to get pen and paper on this one. So. Next. Second one was to be, say, 15. I need to do the compare two variables. I think that's what I was thinking earlier. Compare two values. So if there's more to it than that. This is actually a lot more complicated than I thought. A lot more complicated than I thought because there's so many variables. Because I want to use the random number generation. But I also want to check the. That's difficult. I use the random number generation on its original location. Do I then check that it's different? Do I check its spawned location and then move it afterwards? Is that what I do? Huh. Much more difficult than I originally anticipated. Because I know what I used to do is I used to brute force it. I used to just check to see if the things were overlapping each other and just delete one of them. But with the grass, that's fine. Am I just gonna say this is okay and just go along with it and then just do what I was doing before and brute force my way through it because I can't quite work out a good system to work with? I can't spend like today is definitely my limit on this. So this is not good stream material. Me failing at maths. Shit. That's the thing. I don't always want it to be connected. I just want to check if it is. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe I just need to check. So if that's after that spawned. I guess that's the issue. So I need to go once the autosave has jumped in. I've been sitting here for so long, and now you want to autosave? Right. Okay. All right. I don't want to move on from this because I need to solve it. Fuck. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna work it out. So I'm not gonna move on from it yet. This has to be fixed. Checking there to see if something's. Yeah, I need to make that sub event. I don't really care about the Y actually. I don't know why I was checking that because the Y is always going to be the same. So what I need to do is get that local variable grass. Surf grass. Yes. So if level, I really need to rename this object, or at least put it on my clipboard. .x is equal to, yeah, so if it's greater than, I've not been successful with this before, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to check to see if it's grass x plus, I want to check to see if it's within the range of this. I don't actually know how to do a range. Is there like a between, because I just want to check to see if it's if it's one of the equal to any of the numbers between. Greater. I guess I'll just do two statements on top of each other. That'll work, right? Maybe. Yeah, so if it's equal to, how would you do a range of numbers? I guess if it's greater than that divided by 2. No, width, dot width. Starting to doubt myself already. It's the less than. Start with the lower end first. So if I stack that and then just make it so it's above, greater than, and multiply it by 2. Fucking hell, I'm tired. Too tired for this. Yeah. If it is, that's when I need to move it to a different position, I guess. I could set it to. How do I make sure it's not on the edge of something? Do I then have to do another check after trying to spawn it? That seems mental, but also, which one is this picking? Trying to check. Oh, should be just grass.x. Sorry, grass x. Whatever. Yeah. So basically, if grass x is less than, should that not be reversed? Fuck me, this is difficult to get my head around. Because I'm thinking of things that just don't exist. There must be a way of simplifying this. This is getting crazy. This just feels like it's going to be this endless tree of like checks. Especially when I start adding, yeah, there's got to be a better way. Because if I have to have 3 different game ingredients happening at once, like I have the fire, the grass, and then the boulders. All 3 of these need to be checking against each other, and this is going to get crazy. It's going to be like, no, there's got to be a better way of doing this stuff. Be like, need like a slot system or something, like every, pretty much like what I've got with the platforms. But then for the ones where I want multiple ones, how the hell do I work that one out? I'm back to my original idea of splitting the platforms up into segments. Which, I mean, it could work. After laughing and joking about doing that, I'm leaning on it now. That's what I'm thinking I'm going to do. Jesus. That's unexpected. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try something like that now. I'll post to Twitch on a construct thread because I wouldn't mind getting some other eyes on it, to be honest. Just realised that my old Twitch picture is currently my photograph for everything Twitch. Whenever I link it anywhere, it's a picture of me like drinking some Stella. Like, fuck's sake. Right. Need an image of Jappy Nimble. Any old one will do. Except a GIF, because if Facebook still doesn't do those very well. I don't really take screenshots of my game though, because I don't think it screenshots that well. Why don't I have any screenshots of my game? Terrible. I'll just do a GIF, isn't it? I chose a terrible GIF. Never mind. It's fine. Okay. Right. How am I going to go about doing this? The way I split it up originally was back So I was checking every block that's spawned. So every time the blocks are spawned, it sets a block type. And it chooses between. Oh, okay. The chances are a lot different to what I thought. It chooses between 3, and the probability is basically how many it chooses within that. So I was going to do the same with ingredients as well. So that's basically candle. Well, actually, it's not critically not candles, because candles can actually technically be spawned on anything. Though I would prefer not to have on fires, boulders for aesthetic reasons, but they could technically be spawned anywhere. It's just boulders, grass patches, and bonfires. And I need to be explicit on which ones spawn because they do not work well together on one single platform. Now I was thinking maybe I could work out a way of always doubling them if they're on the, like in the case of the grass anyway. The only one I'd really want to double on the same platform. So yeah, that's something I've got to try and work out now. Like, so I mean, right now I could just go with this. I could just say like, right, candle, grass, grass. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of candle because candles are not part of this anymore. So it's because every single block that spawns across the screen is gonna choose randomly grass, or grass. Or grass, if you're into that. So yeah, where am I doing stuff? I'm actually just gonna rip out that stuff that I've worked on there. I just don't think it was. No, just no. So these are where I'm spawning grass now. So I'm wondering if by grass, I always spawn them next to each other. So let's have a look at what that would look like setup wise. But one of these, grid on. It is on. Muted my mic just there. Tilde is my mic mute button for those times I sneeze or whatever. Yeah, so I mean, does that look okay? I mean, yeah, I suppose. That does look fine. And then if I was to run through it, it would animate like so. Wait, that didn't change. Oh, it's not a frame changing thing. Oh, it's back. Oh, it's the old grass. So harsh looking. And it looks like the bottom of the vegetables in Mario 2. So that basically uses up how much space? It overlaps by 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 pixels. I mean, there is. Why don't I just make a version that's. I could just make a longer grass version. There's no reason why I wouldn't. I mean, other than the fact that I might get tempted to rework the art asset because I'm terrible. Fuck. I'm gonna do a double-sized one, but not pause layer. Good idea. Looks like I'm doing it though, so yes, I guess. Width. Does it need to be? I guess so. Does it need to be? It seems quite huge. Kind of scary, actually. Well, I'll try it. I guess that's another thing about that is an advantage of. Oh, you can actually tell it's mirrored quite badly. Okay, that was a bad idea. I'm going against it. No, it's dead. Gone. And I must start cleaning these things up once I've deleted them. Little tests. So yeah, the thing is about having it like this is that when you drop into this side's going to animate and this side won't because it's long. I don't mind that. Like, yeah, okay. So what I can do, I can spawn this one differently. I can basically work out the midpoint of these two, and I can just always spawn them next to each other like that. That'll work fine. I think. Fuck. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay. Leave how. Yeah. This hasn't gone smoothly today. I mean, it was going so well. Okay. Right. So I want a chance of a double one spawning, which is basically two of them next to each other, separated by 8 pixels. So there's a 4 pixel overlap on both. So we've got grass. My pen wants to work. Which is 48. Which means the whole thing's 96. And the other side's 48. But there's an overlap of 8. So 44 on both sides. So I need to find. I mean, this doesn't really need to be systemic because this is only going to happen with these things. Like, this is the only asset that I'm going to have that has this kind of overlap ability, so to speak. It would have been nice if I had lit up the other things, but I'm drawing a line under the game on Sunday, so I need to get this done. So I'm going to have to just accept the way some of it is. I mean, the version that's out there now has like the chance of spawning much worse. So, yeah, so I basically I need to find the midpoint, and the midpoint is going to be spawn. I need to take into account the furthest edge from the first one that I spawn and the closest edge from the second. Or from both. Now, the first one's basically got to be in the center somewhere. And then the second one could be added to the left or the right. It doesn't actually think. Wow, this is surprisingly difficult to work out. Not a great streaming day, I have to say. Yeah, wow. I'm tired too. Yeah. Right, I'm just gonna start doing it now. Instead of just thinking about it all the time, just gonna do it. So, right, these two are safe. Only working. I'm just gonna mark them. Safe. Safe. I don't know why I've got two. They're the same. Yeah, they're the same. So, typical. Fuck you, autosave. On. Okay. Alright, let's go. Get shit done. So I want to basically... So I always spawn it on that, the X, right? This is the complicated bit. Okay, set on X plus the... This is the low end platform. Oh, hi Kibbo. You've caught me during painful trying to work out how to spawn more than one object on a platform without them overlapping and without them going over the edge of the platform. Wow. This is... yeah. It seems like something that shouldn't be too difficult, but I think the number of variables I've got to work with is... yeah, it's kind of overwhelming, to be honest, and yeah, I am running on fumes at the moment. So. Okay. So I'm gonna get the lowest. Basically, this half of the equation is the furthest edge of the furthest point that the grass can be spawned, which is fine. We don't want to change it on the first one because we're gonna spawn the second one next to it. Then this is basically taking the X value. This is, and then it's adding half of the width of it, and then taking away the full width of the platform. We do want to do. No, we don't. Because we always want to make sure there's always enough for this, for the grass width again. So we want to take away that at the end. I think that's all I need to do. Just take away the width of the platform so that there's still space to have a platform. I think it's as simple as that. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The delete and try again. I don't actually know how to do that properly. I mean, there's probably some kind of loop I could do for that. But I've not really done much of that stuff yet, and I'm kind of scared of the idea, like, because this stuff all happens as the platforms are spawned and are coming on the screen, like, gross. Like the when they, I'm a child. Well, when they're coming on screen, again, Jesus Christ, they'll be spawning like with the stuff. I'm tired. What can I say? Yeah. So I'm paranoid that there could be so many times that it fails that you'll see it happen, kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Tired. I think this will work anyway. Hopefully, fuck's sake, hopefully. Because basically what I'm going to do is create another object at the same time directly next to it. So it'll basically be where, oh god, how the hell do I even do that? Because it's going to pick itself when I do the repositioning, right? I think. God damn it! I think it will, and we'll. Yes, if I say dot x dot y on the x. I just add its width, I think. Half of its width. Because the center of these objects isn't like, well, the the X of these objects is actually in the center of the object, so I need to find the midpoint. That might work. I don't know if that's going to work now. Doubting myself. Also, how often does shit spawn? Okay, like let's get rid of that limitation and that limitation, and that doesn't even need to be there. Okay, now I'll try it. So basically, I should get long grass patches every platform now. If I'm not full of shit. Basically. Alright, try this. That one's overlapping, so okay, I've done something wrong. It's pretty effective though. Yeah, it's... I've done something wrong. Because it's actually looks pretty damn good. I think it's overlapping more than I thought it was going to. I think it's actually overlapping. Oh, I think I know what it might have been. I think I needed to set the position here. It's the same bug I had yesterday. Maybe. It shouldn't be though, because it's trying to. It's not trying to reference itself. Just make it readjust its position if it's overlapping until it doesn't overlap and it's in a legal position. I'm trying to think how I even do that. To be honest, that was a thing that I earlier, like, I was starting to slip into total tiredness because I just couldn't work it out. I was thinking, oh, I'll just move on to a different task. But I've got to get this done. I have to. Yeah, I can't keep making excuses. I guess one of the problems is I'm not checking to see if it is an illegal position ever. I'm just always making sure it can only spawn in a legal position. I think that's kind of part of the problem, because I'm not actually making any checks. I'm just making sure there is no way that this can go wrong unless I've done something wrong in the equation, which I think I have there, because that wasn't spawning correctly. Although I bet if I disabled this, there wouldn't be any overlapping. It's got something to do with the way that stuff's spawning. Or I'm full of shit and it's broken anyway. Oh. That's totally broken. What the fuck happened? That's... What? That's not right. What? The fuck? Did I do something weird in that one or what? Okay, I'm just gonna test it again, make sure it's all working right, because to me it looked like that was broken as well. I've tested that bunch today. God. Today isn't such a strong start. What? Oh, why I fucked up there. It only spawning them every 10. One of those days. Right. Bam, in the middle. Is this looking okay? I mean, the nature of random means I might just be missing it, not working, like, every time, but I was quite clearly seeing them all broken before. This is exactly right. Yeah. I'll give it a couple more, but I'm pretty sure that's fine. I mean, statistically, maybe I should have to sit here for like ever or something to see if it's actually properly not working, but no. I'm okay with this. Right. So I'm gonna copy paste this one because I don't even understand why that was broken before. If I add this to this list, I'll see if this works. Could even just pin it. Spawn an extra one and just pin it to its location. Okay, that's extremely broken. Well, no, that's broken in the same way. Now they're not always connected. This stuff, man. This is... Oh wait, so I did actually alter that one. Which is probably why it was even more broken. So all I need to do is remove the edge of that and then just spawn that one at the end. I could just use a local variable. Just refer to that. Could be a way to do it. Keeps it contained in one action as well. For some reason I feel a bit bad using variables, but probably I need to get the X of it because the Y is always the same. Oh, hi. Samakella? Samakella? Not quite sure how to pronounce that. Samakella. Yeah. Hi. Thanks for following. I'm in the middle of something that's confusing the hell out of me, so might not be the most exciting thing to watch right now. Okay, right. Gonna go for it. So grass. Gonna go back to good old grass X. Right, so grass X. I'm gonna set it at this point. Set value. So grass X. And that's gonna be the current X value of this. Yeah. Right, so that works out where the X value of that is. I basically, when I spawn this next one, it doesn't need to be spawning in any places. In fact, it specifically doesn't need to be spawning in those places. I need to actually spawn it in the original spot, then move it I think that's part of the problem. Ah, okay, hi. Right. Okay, so all I need to do now is move the position to that grass X position, then add. So I don't want it to be exactly on top of it. I need to add a. Well, I guess the width to its position, right? I think. Dot width. That means it's going to move it over, so it means it's going to be about halfway through. Well, it means it would be exactly halfway through. Then I set the angle of motion of that. Okay, this might work. Okay, see ya. Okay, here we go. It's over the edge, but it's doing the exact width every time. This is good. This is good. It's consistent. That's the important thing. Consistent. Even if it's wrong when it goes over the far right. Okay, so all I need to do is work out. The initial spawn. Gotta get a meat boy in here every day. Every time. Yes, so that usually works. Damn you! Alright. So what I need to do is not move it at. I need to not spawn the first one so close to the sides. Am I changing the original one here? I think I am. Damn, that one was good. And I've started messing with it. I think that's the same, except it's got the extra. Yeah, okay. I'm not changing too much then. So the initial spawning needs to basically do what I was doing before. It just needs to remove the final value at the end before it gets rounded. I think that will be enough. Think. Let's try it. Because that means it's always trying to position it in a place that's less than its width. So it's always gotta miss the edges. Surely. Oh, that's a good start. Huh. Well, now I've just kind of moved the problem over, I think. Yeah, I've moved the problem. Oh, of course. That makes sense. It's because I'm taking it away at the end of the randomization. I need to make it that as a part of the randomization. So when it's doing the random check, I need to have this in here as well. So it shouldn't be minus width, it should be minus width times 2. So I think I need to put that in brackets. That should have done it. I hope it has. Right. Damn you again! looking good. Still looking good. Yep. Come on, so we gotta win. Well, to be fair, those ones aren't valid, so that shouldn't actually be possible. I haven't seen it mess up on the other ones yet, though. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's okay. Give it another platform or two. Fine. He's there. Cool. I'm happy with that. Okay, that's one problem done. Still more to go though, because that only works if I'm exclusively spawning something. I'm actually going to reduce. How much does that need to come over by? I think I worked it out in level 0, didn't I? So that. So 20, half that's 24. I need to make it come over by 8, I guess. So if I was to make that, is that pretty much how they're looking now? Yeah. Yeah, so I basically need to -8 on spawn. So I just say set position, width -8. I don't like that it's a hard-coded value, but I'm not doubling up on any of the other ingredients in the game, so that's fine. I'm okay with that. Right. I'm just gonna test it just to see how it looks. I think it'll be fine. Shit. Yeah, so I can't actually. One of the things about the way I've built this game, I can't actually jump into a level. I have to go through the front end to set the game logic to allow for the map to select the level and the character and all that kind of stuff. So it would be a real mess to change that now as well, so I just leave it and I have to go through the menu. Okay, I'm pretty damn happy with that. Yep. Oh, you can actually see the if you look at his feet, you can actually see the little like shadow I put in of where he's running. That was one of the first little I guess overlay features I put in the game. You can barely see it. Like, I put that in like over a year ago, and like no one's ever gonna see that. Nuts. Okay. That has turned out pretty well. Now I need to bring back the normal grass. I guess the main thing was having that local variable. I've been so opposed to using them in the past as well. Okay, so that can only happen on normal live. That's fine. Only happen on. I guess I should be using the logic from down there, but it should be every 10. That isn't needed. It should always be over 160. Right. So this one is the same as well. Is this one, because it's a long grass, it needs to be at 240. So basically if you're going super fast, you get the long grass. If you're going 160, so normal speed, you get the short grass. And Yeah, that should be every 10 as well. So every 10 you're going over 100. And this is where I get another problem. There's a chance that both of these could spawn at the same time, because if you're going over 240, you're technically going over 160. So I guess I could put in a check there to say if you're going over 160, probably what I should do. So I could say if you're going over 160, or going over, like, do this, else, but that'll okay, no, I can move on from this, I think, because at the moment that's going to spawn on all platforms if it's over 160, but that's fine. I actually quite like that. So I'm going to play it for a minute. Oh no, I've still got the problem where they might both spawn on. Okay, yeah, I actually do need to resolve that. I think I should be able to just say if it's less than 240, don't spawn the small one. If it's less than 240, make that equal to or greater than. Yeah, that would mean they're exclusive. That's cool. Yeah. I should still do a check to see what type of ingredient should be running at that point. That's probably how I should be doing a check, actually. So it's now width is screwed up. So now it's every 10, so when that number in the top left hits 10, we should have some grass. But only if I'm going over 160, which I'm not. So I'm not going to get any more grass until 20. Because technically this time there's been a lot of thin platforms, so it's been a quite easy run. A quick run to get like sort of more chances of striking candles, because candles come every 2 to 3 platforms. But that was quite a lot. Okay, I'm going to try and, if I hit 40 and it's going over 240, I'm going to try and skip the grass. Okay, right, over 240 now, so at 50, should get a double. And die. Yeah, we did. However, I've got to get to 60 now to get another one of those. And we did. And then, okay, so that's only knocking. That's basically keeping you alive at the high end of the game. There's no way out of this. Like you're forever stuck in this. And if there's a chance that a small platform spawned, you are screwed. You're not getting out of this. Like, yeah, this is me stuck in this speed forever. I don't think I want that. I want to give the player more of a chance. Yeah. Is it every time I hit, like, if I hit 100? Okay, so that's... Yeah, it's pretty harsh right now. I think I need to lower the top speed. Or spawn them more frequently. That could work. Yeah, every time you're over 240, I go every 8. Hell, why didn't I do that before? Maybe there's a reason for that. But yeah, those extra 2 platforms might be enough to sort of get you every time like you get to lower that score, that speed. I love that. I find looking at green all day kind of gets to you. Cool. I don't know, it's kind of a vanilla and not mint blue-green. So over 160. So when you hit 20, that's when the first, well, over 160, 10, but yeah, it's going to be 20. Yeah, brass, that knocks you down to 170. If I hit 30, it'll be the same deal. Well, just shy of 180 actually. Hopefully that'll be the same again. Going up. But that was kind of luck of the draw then. Like, you get a couple of long platforms in a row, then that's gonna happen. Oh shit, that was close. I saw that one disappear. I saw the generation. That's not so good. And it disappeared because I was over 240. That sucks. I mean, I could set a boolean at this point and say like, right, you're in the zone. Boolean true, like, and then make it false every time you're not. Swap it that way, rather than checking a value like that. I am seeing the generation every so often. If you look really carefully, you can see it. You might not be able to with the stream, but I can. Maybe I didn't see it then. Maybe I'm imagining it. Yeah, I certainly did the same thing. The idea is to stay around the 200 spot. Like, it's kind of where I think the game feels the best, and I think that's kind of where you start racking up points faster. Yeah, but I'm going crazy quick now. Every dentist's favourite time. Okay, so that's keeping me around 220. So still harsh. Listen, top speed now. That knocks you down like 50 when you hit one of those. Yeah, it's 50. It's I don't want the gameplay to be stuck around that high value. I want to kind of lower it. Don't mess with it. Okay, alright. Alright, so maybe 8's still too many. Maybe it needs to be more like 7. Because that does make a difference. Quite a big difference too. Alright. Gotta try and work my way up to 240 again. I think that's a really good setup. That is like every 10, then over 160, you get knocked down to around the 170 mark. Which you'll start to hit 200 and then bang back down again. Yeah. And all it takes is one slip up at that point to put you into the next level, or you just skip it entirely. Yeah, because that keeps you down. Like I am slowly stepping into the faster speeds. When you're at 240, like, so we start needing the longer platform, longer grass patches. Interesting. I was wanting to know what would happen if that was at 240 there. Back down to 200. And if you went back down to 200 and your platform count was around 78 or something, then you'd be fine. Because this has kind of got to wait until 16. Oh yeah, okay, I'm max speed there. A platform. That's 220. Okay, yeah, so you can use that to actually get back down again and continue going down. Okay. It's almost balanced. I mean, they just came back from the brink then, right? Like... Steam. Steam, you killed me. Seems balanced now. And I mean that from the point of view of me, like, you know, being pretty good at the game. I can't tell then, but I felt like one of those grass patches got removed in front of my eyes. I guess I am videoing this so I can go back and look at the footage. I'm going to try and go to the maximum point, maximum speed, and see how that goes. Oh no. I wanted to run a little bit at maximum speed and then see how that felt. every time. It does keep you in the sort of like in the zone though, like. Okay, it kept me high enough so I can get to 300 now, I think. Almost. 300. Right, let's go. See if I can survive. I mean, hitting a candle at this speed's like... Okay, yeah, I guess crazy, but that was my fault. I was purposely letting that happen. So... I think... Maybe that level's balanced now. So the problem is, the next level's got fires. So you've got like the grass and you've got fires. And currently, grass works because there aren't any other options. However, the fires will be a thing, and I need to have that concept of having a safe and a danger, a safety and a danger. It's not like I can set them on different times, or rather different intervals, because the increase in difficulty should probably be that those same intervals are shared by two different things. So I could try and spawn both, but have it so it randomizes which one spawns, and then always have the fast, you know, the 300 killer, have that as a benefit at the end. That could work. Because I'm fairly happy with this now. Like, this is... I think I'm back where I was, but I'm in a way that I think is more reliable. I mean, there's something to be said about maybe making this more difficult too. But... because, you know, I find it walking apart, but then other people don't, so... I'm the worst tester. It's funny, I haven't even thought about the trees that run in front of the screen. They're based on a timer because they don't actually, they're not actually in gameplay, so to speak, so... Yeah, I feel like I could probably go forever in this, on this level, because of the way the grass slows you down enough for you to go back to the state you were in when you were last slowed down by grass. So you're kind of in this loop, although I'm about to get out of that loop. So there's a okay. So the point is, when you get over that, you get stuck into like this crazy speed, but you can get out of it like that. Then I'm gonna go back into the crazy speed again. It depends on when you come out of that crazy speed as to whether or not you're gonna get small grass again. So now if you get small grass, and then I'm back in the game. It's interesting. Definitely interesting. because I'm seeing straight through the system, I know how this works. And whoever's watching now, I guess. And it means like I can now game the system. Or at least I can know the system. But can I do it through feel? Right now I'm just looking at numbers. I'm seeing the speed counter going up. I'm seeing the platforms going up. So I know that just then I should have had a grass. Now I've got a long one. That's what she said. Sure, yes. So I'm staying in the game, but I've got to get through 8 platforms before I hit 240. I do that. Fine. No. So now I've got to hit whatever number it is here. But that's not going to be enough. I need to hit another one. So that's going to be in 6 platforms time. However, one of those was too thin. It's going to keep going. I've got to hit the edge, then go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It didn't take me under 240. Crucially. This did. So now I've got to get 8 platforms. Okay, right. But I can't, so I'm going to hit that. Then the next one, I get another grass and I'm back in the game. Okay, interesting. I quite like it. That's sort of... There's like a sort of unintentional elegance about it. It works. I mean, because obviously these numbers aren't going to be visible to the player, so they're not actually going to know the system. They have to feel the system, so they can do all the platform counting if they want. So I think what did I end up that with? Yeah, so okay, so it wasn't every 8, it was every so every 7 platforms. If they're going at the highest speed, they'll get like a long grass. So they can't game the system, but they can know how the system works, and that can like sort of, I don't know, like it can help expectation, and expectation is something I know that previously the game didn't have, and it felt quite throwaway because of it, because everything was all random, so people felt like if you know how to play the game, you just need to survive in a way that isn't very challenging. You're just hoping that the random number generator doesn't screw you over because the platform's thin at some point, which I think I will add to some of them, but maybe not this. It's just quite interesting that when you're at the edge, there's certain chances that you get, and there is a random amount to it. I mean, you always get a chance, but how good that chance is random, and I quite like that. It's cool. Yeah, this has worked out well. Finally. Right. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna get a coffee. I think I'm gonna celebrate the fact that actually worked. I'll do my usual. Yeah, so next up is getting the fire right. So I've got where's construct gone? Come back. So I've actually got the reference of how the fire stuff used to work down here. So I used to spawn it based on a pretty tight timer, actually. Oh, that was candles, that thing. So grass, fire. And I only ever spawned fire in one wave. So the grass would be spawned in 2 different waves, but the fire would always be in one. And it would come earlier than the fire would. And interestingly, only if the grass count was 0. Huh. That is interesting. And likewise, the grass count was only if the fire count was 0. I forgot I could even do that. That might have helped me a little bit before, but never mind. But I'm going to try and do that thing where it's going to try and spawn one of them. It's like going to be a random selection of like what's going to spawn. Because if the random number generator comes out like in the harshest possible way, which would be basically getting 2 or 3 fires so that you were running at max speed. I think it takes 2 or 3 from 140, I think, which is when they first spawn. So if you got 3 of those, you'd be running at max. But when you're running at max, you then get the chance of getting the long grass platform. I guess the question at that point would be, do I keep spawning of the fire on when you're at the max speed? Or, well, probably not max speed, because that wouldn't actually do anything, because I have actually got a capped speed in this, because the physics start going a bit wonky when you start sending stuff too fast across the screen. I think that was around, and that was also based on me personally, that was my best reactions. I know there's probably people with better reactions, younger people. But still making the game for me, right? So it worked. Plus I've also got like basically muscle memory in this game now, so yeah. I think I'd probably turn off fire spawning once you were in the realms of the long grass platform spawning. Yeah, I would probably disable it so it would only be exclusive. It would be exclusive to that then. But as soon as you drop below that speed, I think it's 240 on the previous level. I might make it higher on this one because the game does get harder. So I might just make it 5, like 5. I don't even know what the speed's measured in. 5 meters per second or whatever faster. Yeah, I think I'll do that. And for now, Hello. Back now. Oh, and you follow. Hello, still following? Dizzy back? Dizzy back? Dizzy back? I can't pronounce that. Right, so where were we? Yeah, working out how we're gonna do this fire spawning on the next level. Game with great. I'm just going to check how the previous level feels overall. Because platform widths will be different as well. Find out whenever the first fire spawns. I think you have to be going over 140. It's based on time after that. So the first one. That takes you. Let's see what speed I was at before, but it looked like it added about 40. Try that again. So it adds 30 then. Maybe not consistently. Let's see. Right, yeah, adds it. So hitting fire it's 30, so it's almost not quite negative what the grass does. Right, okay. I need to do the basic spawning of platforms on that level, actually, which might be somewhat time consuming. What else is on my task list? Because I have actually legitimately done the first area. I'm not on that level yet. Citadel, speed up flame. Speed up flame. Okay, that's actually the task I'm working on now then. So what I need to do is change. To be fair, I'd be best off like just copying the generation for the platform generation for the first level, or at least cleaning it up. It's a yeah, I'm gonna clean that up. Post on Twitter. Right. Stream. What's they doing? Back. Okay. What I am laughing at is wonderful girlfriend pointing out that there's a really old picture on my Twitch preview image. I don't really know why. Twitch not using HTML5? Got left a weird message on Twitter. Anyway, sorry. back to the task. So yeah, definitely cleaning this up is a good idea. This is a real mess now. There's stuff in here that doesn't make sense. Let's kill that because I don't even know what it is anymore. The old randomization. I might keep that there just as reference because I know that it worked in the past, and I know that I can roll back to it anytime. Okay, get rid of that as well. That magical equation I have there. I can't believe the whole game hinges on it. Because I did pull it out my ass. Ingredient type. So that's what I'm going to use to choose between grass and fire. Grass type or fire type. I should call that. I should call them like, oh, well, they are ingredient types. Grass type, fire type. They did announce the new starting Pokemon, actually. It looked awesome. But I feel a bit too past that now to play them. Not age-wise, just I've missed too many. Desire back. You're viewing now, but I don't know how to pronounce your name, and you're the last person to follow. Thanks for that. Say that. Right, okay. Anyway, all of the distractions. Let's clean this all up. So I just got to do a check for the ingredients. I can remember that. Feels weird deleting this much stuff. Where the hell do I spawn candles? How do I do it? There. Candles. I don't know why I put full stops at the end of some of my comments. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Right, so that definitely works. So we're gonna call that. That's the double grass. So double grass and spawn grass. Know what any of this was? Grass on platform. I see. That's one thing that is missing from the first level. I don't have any of the tiny platforms or the large platform. That could go on the task list. Yeah, it's going to go on the task list. I'm not going to try and creep that in now. Okay. Feel bad deleting all this stuff. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's gone. Because I could leave it commented out, but it's getting quite hard to read now. I'm trying to, finish this up and commented stuff everywhere. Those I can leave there because it might be useful to be a bit more specific on stuff. That isn't the use blocks. I'm not convinced that line of code works. God, there's all this stuff as well. Okay, so that's gone. That's gone. I can't believe I used to have all these like loops in my code before, and I didn't need any of it. I'd like to think that maybe this is going to make the game a bit better, but probably not. Okay, that felt a bit destructive then. Just deleted so much stuff and didn't realise what it was. Fine, fine. I'm sure it all works. I will test it now, just in case. Oh, the name comes from Polish. If you're really interested in how it sounds, you can put it into Google Translate in Polish and listen to it. Okay, I'll try it. I've been to Poland before, actually. Didn't speak any there, but went drinking, so put this in to Google. How dare you, Google? Alright, okay, there we go.
Jabak. Jabak.
Jabak. Wait, that's...
Jabak.
Jabak. Is that right? Jabak? Jabak?
Jabak. Jabak.
Jabak. There you
Jabak.
go. Saying. It translated to English, I don't know. Well, I mean, names don't have to translate, I guess. Yeah, they don't. Right. There you go. Okay, right. Where are we? So I was going to test it, wasn't I? Of course. Come on. Okay. Seems okay so far. Play down a point there. Well, all seems on point. I mean, I find it slightly too predictable and easy, but then I think if I got rid of the numbers, I'd be a bit more tense. The predictability for me is just like, I can see the numbers, so I know what's going to happen. Oops. The end user won't. Yeah, I just need to make sure that the double ones are spawning, and then I can go back to adding the fire and copying this over to the next level. It's gonna be a long weekend. Funny, I was about to... Maybe it isn't that easy. But yeah, I was about to say the trees going past, I didn't see it often enough, but just I was about to say it, they appeared, so probably about right. I also need to work on getting this game widescreen at some point, like properly. It's only if I'm going to go the PC route though. Shit, really shouldn't have stopped there. Getting closer. No. Another 40. Good. I didn't think it was gonna work then. It's working. Cool, cool. Right. do next. And by doing that level, sort of... No, it doesn't actually solve anything. I've got to do that level, then that level, then I get that level for free, and these two are kind of special cases. Because this one doesn't have grass, but it has the water plane, which does need work. Oh god, I am actually scheduled way past than I was planning. Right. I'm just going to make a note of these. Look like if I say I'm going to do Old Londonium, which is the second level, yeah, the second level tonight. What is it now? In the next hour. That might be pushing it. Say around about the next hour or so. Let me say tomorrow I do the Bitter Bluffs tomorrow. That's the third level. And then after that I've got what do I get for free? I get Green Goat Grove for free, which is the 4th level. I can do that on Day is Eve. Wednesday. Okay, so I can do that on Thursday. Which leaves me the last Wait, that leaves me... Get rid of that. Also, that annoying. Not annoying music, it's good music, but I've heard it a lot. Yeah, so Green Grove Thursday, so that means I get Rocky Rapids done by Friday, and I get the majority of... So I've still got work left to do on the Citadel. That'll be a Friday, Saturday job, because there's still work to do on that. And that would mean, by the time that work goes in, that would mean all content's in. Like everything. And that leaves the rest of Saturday and Sunday to get all of my menu stuff in. Like, I think I've got to do a credit screen and achievement screen, so red, cheap, and that will be Saturday and Sunday. And then after that, there is literally nothing going into the game. But that's it, done. No more like feature creeping or content creeping or anything. It's done. As the base game, there's still iOS specific stuff to do. Like I need to do all the achievement stuff. Like right now I've got tracking in. All I need to do is kind of at least have the string ready. Like the actual code behind it is a bit questionable, but the majority of the game will be done. Which leaves me, I want to get about 2 weeks to try and get it running on iPhone, having all of the iPhone features at least started, and then that takes me into start of June. When the hell is E3? I don't want to be doing anything. 2016. Come on, Google. You're better than that. That's June. Okay, so June is E3, so... Yeah, if I do a trailer, it's got to be after that, because no one's going to give a shit about some little mobile game. While they're all looking at the latest, like... Watch Dogs, or... Right, okay, so... Saturday, Sunday gives me a week. Streaming scheduling. 1 week. Or then a week for stabilization. Those 2 weeks will also be testing periods. And then I've got 1 week for final polish. Where the hell does that take me in the calendar? So we got the rest of this week. iOS week. Stabilization. Final polish takes me to E3, which means during the E3 weeks, so let's say roughly 2 weeks, is trailer time. That means I get all the footage that I need for whoever's going to be making the trailer, whether it's me or Barry and Richie, I don't know. They did suggest they were going to do it, so maybe they still are. And if I get those 2 weeks for footage and maybe a week after that for them to actually put it together, then I can release it, and then I'll be releasing maybe late June, early July. I don't really want to put a date on it like that, but that does kind of work. Got a website in mind that I'm going to build, which I'll build whilst the trailer's out of my hands. Yeah, this will work. This schedule will work, I'm sure. Especially because I'm saying late June, early July. That gives me some. That gives me some room. However, if I hit some walls like this problem I had today that couldn't work out, then we got some problems. Bigger problems, rather. Okay. Although, that means I've got to do the rest of this level in, what? The next 50 minutes. Okay, let's go. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna just hammer at this now. Alright, okay, I've already hit a wall. I've got the initial stuff done. think now the game will run with the new level logic. I've definitely seen some weird stuff at the bottom right of the screen. Yeah, there's something not spawned. I think this will motivate me a bit. So I'm looking at the soundtrack. Soundtrack to Gun Guards. I think this will motivate me a bit.
Syntax, there's gun that big breath, there's gun that sunbreast, there's gun that straight fast, there's gun with 6 cents, there's gun that hit jacks, there's gun that wear vest, there's gun for big neck, there's gun that syntax, there's gun that big breath, there's gun that sunbreast, there's gun that straight fast, there's gun with 6 cents, there's gun that hit jacks, there's gun that wear vest. You click a whole dip, on cock and on hip, click your flesh rip, my click then roll tick, pull pin then hold this.
That wasn't that working.
All shit, brains blow on whole tits, these cats can get thick. Pop, shoot your no dick. Pop, pop, with a dainty gun from a sock. Pop, 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 he meant he's someone he got shot. Pop, 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 other men none who run with the guns of the guns. Guns for fake neck, this guns the syntax, this guns the Mac break, this guns the sunbreast, this guns the straight fast, this guns for 6 cents, this guns the hate text, this guns the wear vest. I got gun for big neck, this gun that syntax, this gun that big breath, this gun that sunbreast, this gun that straight fast, this gun with 6 cents, this gun that hit jacks, this gun that wear vest. Guns for fake neck, this guns the syntax, this guns the Mac break, this guns the sunbreast, this guns the straight fast, this guns for 6 cents, this guns the hate text, this guns the wear vest. This guns for fake neck, this guns the syntax, this guns the Mac break, this guns the sunbreast, this guns the straight fast, this guns for 6 cents, this guns the hate text, this guns the wear vest.
Shouldn't be on UI, should be on pause button.
We're up to a gun shoot. We're bulletproof and toe shoot. We're knife proof and 9 shoot. We're bomb proof.
Try that again, I don't know why that wasn't working. So it should be every 10.
We bulletproof and gun
Like normal.
We bulletproof and pole shoot. We knife proof and 9 shoot. We bomb proof your bomb shot. 1 for the money. 1, 2, 2 for the crew. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3 for shooting anything I want to.
There's definitely something not right. Spawning's up.
You do Kazi suit, you bet you do with a fit of the match. You bitch in the fat, little kids in the bag. You on my piss list like a white girl rock. You mighty duck's head, you rockin' you mad with a chest strap. Clack, clack. I got guns for fake niggas, guns to send texts, guns to make breakfast, guns to sound breasts, guns to straight fist, guns for 6 cents, guns to hate texts, guns to wear vests, guns for fake niggas, guns to send texts, guns to make breakfast, guns to sound breasts, guns to straight fist, guns for 6 cents.
But what am I saying? This is actually working.
Guns to wear vests.
Is that because I had the window maximized? It's working now. Yes, it's working. What the hell?
Yeah.
Platform seems to be higher on this level. Didn't get any arrested. I wasn't over 160 though, so it's fine. So there should be some coming up. Now. Or later, it's fine. This platform's gonna be higher on this level. Flag in there, quite a bit. Can't speak. Yeah, so platforms then. I didn't know I was doing that speed. Like, surely that's not needed anymore. Don't know why that was there. That's worrying me a little bit. Maybe just because I commented some things and did everything at once. Okay. Right. So I need to set the base height needs to be about. I could just do that. Basically offset it by 10. 10's probably high enough. Like, 10's quite a big difference in this game. Resolution's pretty low, so it makes a big difference. I don't know if I'm changing it in the right place now though. Yeah, it was. That might make a difference. So what I need to do now is only spawn these if okay, so not grass or grass. I can say grass or fire. So level 0, don't need to do anything on. Still on level 1. So on level 1 I need to do a check to see if the ingredient type yeah, so if the ingredient type here is that's grass. That one's grass. If that's fire. Fire. Easy enough. But how do I spawn fire? How do I fire rather? So the width on that, I think I made it a lot larger because you need a big buffer with it. But I could just be harsh with it. It'll be really harsh on a small platform though. I've just got to spawn level 1 stones. They call it that. Weird. Fire, right. So replace everything. Ingredients. For 1 stone. And that should actually just work now.
Sakala massa moyo fona moist mother fussing in a comuna.
That's 1, 2, 3. It's a bet. Fire or grass? Fire or grass? Wait, it was neither. That makes sense. It wasn't 160, that's why. Grass. Be fire. Be fire. Just want to make sure it works. I mean, that's the nature of random, right? Or maybe not. working. Just hold more time. Shit. Clearly jumping tonight. Sneezing in the neighbouring room is enough to wake me up anyway. That was definitely it was 160 after it's generated. I could probably lower the number for fire because fire is good for going faster, right? So makes sense. We got a fire. And now we're at the right speed to be able to get a long grass too. Excellent. Grass coming up. Need another long grass to get back down, but probably add 10 to that height. Okay, right. That was definitely working fairly well. Oh no. Less than 160 again. Fairly standard now. That's fine because you get that initial crawl. Right at the end, he gets like nice like kind of speed boost jump thing, so it's kind of cool. And when you hit 260, get the long grass. Little grass. Used to be a pattern there. Can I get another one without it hitting 240? Yes. That's a grass. Won't happen again though, I don't think. I have too many short platforms. Maybe. No. Though I'm probably getting some amazing scores here. Straight back into the... Yes, this one's kind of harder. But I'm almost just out. I see, now that's a possibility. Nope. Yep, now I'm capping out. seem to be managing to survive though. Maybe I've made this too easy. Could make a 1 in 10 chance that it spawns a thin platform. I mean, it's not that fair though. Maybe there we go. I wanted to get back in the game. But... oh, okay, I've got half an hour to actually affect the balance. That's not bad. Put the music back. Back in the game, right? Yes. I think what I'm going to do is drop the requirement for the fire type to spawn earlier, because all it does is speed you up. How long does it get to 140? I'm pretty sure you're there as soon as the pillars are coming in. But maybe I'm wrong. Level. Isn't right. Okay, you're at 150 quite quickly. It didn't not work. That should have worked first time. Gotta be above 140, less than 240. Gotta be on 10. That's exactly what... oh, but it may not have tried to spawn fire at that point. But how do I cover that one? I mean, that's part of the chance, right? There's a chance you'll get fire early on, but there's a chance you won't. I'm eating grapes. Grape seems to have died a bit. I think it was as soon as I put on a Cafe soundtrack. Quite clearly, not fans of the 80s or okay, right. So let's get back to it. On grapes. Oh. spawning was pretty good then. I just need to tighten up the... Actually, I think removing the debug text is going to be one of the best things I can do right now. Just because I don't want to be able to predict it, I want to feel the flow of the gameplay. Don't want to be informed too much by my information. See a bit of the debug information on the left side of the screen. Just there. That's fine. Bit annoying. Let's judge that one. Actually, I'm just going to remove that debug information. It's really quite distracting. Out of the way. Back. Okay, what we got? Back to the original level. Gonna play it in black and white for shits and giggles. See how high I can get at 100%. Okay, maybe it's not that easy. That's so slow. This short whips look a bit rough. Long grass in a second though with this. I am getting the feel for it then, like. as soon as I add in small platforms that are on a really low, like, chance, I think this will feel done. We're at second level now. Fashion. Pause when you hit the fire isn't quite long enough. I think it needs to be a little bit longer so that it feels a bit more impactful. Like when you hit the candle, it feels like you really twatted it with a whip. Sorry. Button's been frequent, to be honest. Holy shit, I don't usually last this long. This should feel more like a hazard. Quite frequent. Could make them every 5. That is frequent. I've done this far before on this level. I think I'm going to do the fire every 5. That's the benefit of being there potentially the same time as... No, it can't be there at the same time with the grass, which is fine. Oh, the music loops pretty well too. Can't believe I'm like this is crazy, I don't know, I've ever done this far before. Feels like it made the game easier. Unintentional. Is the platform similar? It's because there aren't any random thin ones, I guess. On that one. That's an insane score. And at 100%, that's mental. Okay, so from that, I determined that it was too easy for a level that's increased in difficulty. It felt almost easier because the fire was getting me up to speed, not messing me up because there aren't any. I think the spawn logic's got to change on each of the different levels. Yeah, so where I'm generating the different level type up here, this needs to have a check to see what level it is, and if it's the fire level, there should be more small platforms so that it's hard to survive on from the fires that you can run through, but also not spawn fires on small platforms. So there'll be something that you land on rather than jump from. And spawn them every 5. I think that'll fix the difficulty issues. At least most of them. Yeah. Make that every 5. Only spawn on these 2. Whereas grass can spawn on everything. I think that's a good way of balancing that out. Really write up that blog post about why I haven't been posting lately. Because I'm trying to finish the game. Yeah, so in here I'm going to have a sub check basically that checks what level it is, like I do in loads of places. Yes, if it's equal to 0, I leave it as it. Yeah, so there. But if it's 1, you add more small to increase the count. I should make the large platform longer as well. You have more time to rack up speed. Which I've been thinking about doing anyway. So the base size of the long platform will be longer to start with than how it could end up from being randomized 15 minutes before I behind on my schedule that I made an hour ago. I think everything's okay though. Any of this is though probably the bin. Right. All right. Test it. I'm feeling confident. Huh. This is probably my favourite colour scheme. .35, so that means the fire could be on screen from like now. Long platforms. That early in the game, really. Did I break the platform generation? Fucking idiot, I know what I did. Clearly too tired. No candles. Weird. Well, I hope that does not respond. Yeah, that would be annoying. Heavy-handed on the platforms there. Oh, which is also going to... Yeah, this level's crazy difficult now. I changed too many levers at the same time. But the fire spawned at the end twice, that's worrying me. Variation. That concerns me as well. I've got candles in the same place as that. If this is too hard to come back from, break kind of thing. Could be. Because you basically need a long bit of grass and then another short bit shortly after, and that gets you back in the game. Let's get ridiculous. Getting rather. I need to put keyboard controls in actually. It needs to be like enter or something. Return. Where you want to put it. Last few times it's been a fire. Okay, so the chance has been played. It's been playing into it a bit here. actually took some skill learn. So. Kind of want to make a really low chance of the thin platforms in the low. I don't really want to associate anything with distance, but I really don't want sort of really weird stuff to happen early on in the game. I think that's in a good state though. I mean, Iridescent Verge is not obviously not completely balanced, but I am happy to roll that out as it is. I would like the thin platforms, but you can do that in one wave across the whole game. Something not quite right about Old Londonian, but there never was. It's always been a bit wonky, that level. So it either felt too hard or too easy. Is the fire like frozen, panic, you know? I think I can move on from these now. I'll do Bitter Bluffs tomorrow. I mean, what's the stakes that in anyway? One of the cool things about the way I do Bitter Bluffs is I spawn a rock really soon. They're really frequent, so you know what you're up against. Should I be doing that in... Maybe I should be doing that in Old Londonium as well. Maybe that's the problem. So you see the rock straight away and you know how to avoid it. There's no fire in this one, so you know you keep it at your own pace. Of course, sometimes you don't get the snow spawn, so you don't slow down as much, and then when you get to these rocks, you're kind of screwed. Okay, I'm gonna fix this level tomorrow. I think it's gonna be one of the easier ones to do though. And it should technically mean Green Grove will be easy to do, technically. I don't know. I'm too tired to think about it now. I guess the good thing is that I got the first level and the second level done, and I think that one's going to be easy. That will make that one that one's basically a cross between these two. So whatever features I add in that one, and I add in that one's a combination of both. So it's kind of, I should get it for free. This one concerns me a little bit, and this one's just unfinished. Like, it needs fire. Yeah, this one needs work still. But it's not too bad. So I just do nothing. So I need to do. I think those options are okay. I don't like this and tell you what they are until you click on them, but it's not like any of them are going to reset the world, like your game or anything. Stats are all cool. I'm a lot more comfortable now that the score's been like kind of basically divided by 10 compared to what it used to be. So the digits aren't going to go too crazy now. distance fine. Accuracy's always going to be okay. Candle's width will be going up, but the space. Achievements I need to do, so I will do those next week. Credits I'll do next week. That'll be super fast. I need to do some stuff on this to make it like so ugly. It needs to give you a warning, so if you press that you've lost everything. It should probably be like if you hold the mouse cursor on it or your finger on it, it'll just fill up. It'll go tick, 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 and pop. And I think some of these need to be updated. I should probably make a font so I can change the text. Oh yeah, I haven't stopped streaming yet. I'm pretty tired, but yeah. I basically wiped out my brain trying to fix a problem. So I'm just gonna turn that off. I wiped out my brain trying to work out this problem that I was going about it the wrong way. The R228. But I don't know what audio issues there were, because basically if I run the game like I am now through the preview, I have a lot of music in the game, and basically I could probably do a good example of this now. So I'm gonna play Rocky Rapids quickly. Okay, so that music worked. If I die, you get the music from the death, you get the music on the menu. I'll play what's it, Bluffs. Get the music from that. Die. I think I played anyway, but okay. So far things are going quite well. It's almost as if all the issues are fixed. There's music here as well. They usually wouldn't have music by now. I used to think it was running out of memory or something. There were just so many songs being played, but this seems to be fine. Everything's playing. I have had it a few times where the menu music has just stopped. It just stops at some point, and then after that it'll never play again. I think it's only after I played the intro of the game though. And if that's got something to do with it, because I preload all of the music in the intro. I'm wondering if that's why. I wonder if that causes some problems. But it only causes problems in preview mode, it doesn't happen in the actual game. Don't know why that is. Oh, yeah, the sprite font thing. I mean, the thing is, I've basically made these fonts anyway, and they should just work. Where are they? Yeah, so I've got stuff like this. All I basically need to do to make the font that I just need to make the lowercase version. It's fine. It's easy enough to do. Obviously there's really basic ones like that. And I've got different ones, because I don't want to manipulate it the normal way. But maybe in future I'll use that plugin. It would probably make my life a little easier. Yeah, so things are coming along pretty well. It's a shame I wasted so much time earlier just trying to get my head around something that was probably a lot simpler than I was making it out to be. So my solution wasn't something that solved my initial problem. I just did something else instead. I just went a different way. Yeah, that is true actually. Variable character widths are a lot more readable, especially in the hint screen. I mean, it's pretty low res. There's only so much you can do, but actually, I think these are variable width because I've done this in Photoshop, and I've basically dumped the images. You know, like, yeah, they're just images, and I just cycle through the image rather than having it as text. Which having it as text would be cool because I could technically have different, well, I could have somewhat. I could have some support for different languages, I guess. Yeah, this is all variable text width. I was just going to make a font out of this, but yeah, it would have to be uniform monospace, I guess. Yeah, you do. Yeah, it, like, I think the way I've got mine set up is kind of messy too. Like, I think, yeah, one as example, like, I've had to like make a few custom characters, and then, I mean, it's a bad example actually. That's quite a straightforward one. There you go. That one, character spacing -4. It's like a hack to try and make it so that the text doesn't look so broad. But yeah, I probably won't do that for this project. I don't want to like potentially open up a can of worms. Like right now, the help text is slightly out of date. Like but I could ship with it as is. Like, oh god, how do I get rid of? I might just kill Nightbot. He is really annoying, or she. Right, okay, I've got the. I think I have seen this tutorial though. Yeah, I've seen this tutorial before. There was some reason why I didn't want to use it. Can't remember why. I think it was back like when I was trying, like I think I've said before, like I was trying to. My main goal, like, was to get something on the Sierra Arcade. I need to look into my Nightbot. Always. Nightbot. Yeah. Before I want, like, my main goal was to get like a game on Sierra Arcade. I don't know if did you get kicked? No, you're still here. And Sierra Arcade didn't support any plugins at all that weren't straight out of the box. I don't think that's the case anymore, or at least maybe there's like an approved list of things that do work on it. But even so, I don't actually want to put my games on it that much. I didn't like that when I put my games up on there last time, I started seeing them appearing on random websites. Didn't really feel too comfortable about that. I think it was something to do with the advertising company they were doing things through. I'm not sure. But yeah, I've kind of gone over my time, and I think this is a pretty good place to end it. Like basically tonight I got the first level rescripted, and the second level also rescripted. Neither of which completely balanced, but they've had like at least one balance pass on them, so they're in pretty good state to test anyway. Yeah, I don't know why they limited that stuff before. I don't know. And I'll look into the Nightbot thing before I hit the hay. Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be doing the snow level. I'll be fixing some of the performance issues on it, and yeah, redoing the kind of the spawn logic on it. And if I get time, I'll do Green Grove as well, because that should be quite quick. And that'll be most of, that's the majority of the levels done and base ready. I think the most interesting stream will be on Friday and Saturday when I'm actually working out what I can and can't get done and what I'm going to have to cut from my plans. But which I'm not looking forward to. I've been planning a lot of this stuff for a while, and I'm gonna have to kill some of the stuff I actually want to ever finish on this game. So, yeah. Yeah, I think Saturday will be the most interesting stream, probably. It's a shame. I wanted to get a cheat menu in with, you know, a couple of secrets and things, but it's just like, basically, if I've got time on Sunday and I can do something like that, I'll do it. But I think that's going in the bin, because there's just too many things to do, and I didn't realize how far into the year we were. Like, I wanted this done the first half of the year. I certainly want it done before September, because that would make this 2 years old since the original release, and I do not want to. I do not want, like, plus that's like, you know, perfect time to like sort of a second, you know, I get a second chance to show the game off again. It's 2 years since the original came out. Here's the green light campaign for the Steam version. Maybe. Is the game music available to listen anywhere? Not at the moment. Basically, within the next month or so, when I start getting, when I get the trailer ready and the game's pretty much done, it'll be available on iTunes and probably on Barry's SoundCloud. So you can just listen to it if you didn't want to buy it or anything, but you should be able to buy it from iTunes or something, and wherever else he wants to get it put up. But yeah, right now there isn't anywhere, I don't think. There was, but I think it all got taken down because he wants to actually put good versions out that are complete and sell it. Like, he's actually making bookends for the songs so that they're not just looping songs, they actually play like music. So he's doing that for them, basically. And it'll be like a 8 or 9 track album, I guess, so not too bad. Yeah, my list is getting smaller, which is good, but it's still ridiculous. So much stuff. A lot of it's low priority though, and I'm like, one of the things was when you whip, if you hit a wall, I wanted to detect that you hit a wall and play a little sprite effect and then send the whip back to you. So it would be like a whip cancel. That kind of thing, like, has 2 or 3 tasks attached to it. It's quite easy, but it's another thing to do. So, like, that's super low priority. Yeah, I've just noticed fixing as I'm going as well. Yeah, there's quite a lot of tasks on here for doing different cheats and things as well. You know, like opening up a cheat menu and having some things that. One of them was like, wanted to try and like mirror the screen, but there doesn't seem to be an easy way to do that in Construct. You know, actually just mirroring everything. Like, I couldn't even find any filters that did it. Surprised, I thought that should be something I could do, like technically have it sit as upside down or something, but I couldn't find any way of doing it. Well, any way of doing it that was, you know, basically free. But yeah, in fact, I can actually state part of that document for once. So that thing in the corner can change a little. Finally. Task. So it'll speed up flames up. Done. Oh wait, no they're not. I thought I'd actually done. Verge difficulty. That's done though. Prove. Oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna look into my. I'm gonna change my task list a little tomorrow, before the stream, because I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Sure. Probably about 8 again, like 8 till. I think I'm doing this week. Well, except Friday. Friday will probably be something like 8 till 2 or something. Saturday I'll be offline for a while because I want to do a devlog. So basically, I want to go over all the changes I've made to the game since I last shown it. Show some of this stuff actually, like some of the stream stuff. Like I want to do like a little kind of a montage of some of the changes I made, thanks to the stream, because I think there's some stuff I did because I was streaming, not because it was task list somewhere. It's just like I thought I'd something that was particularly interesting. So yeah, I'm gonna do something with that. I'll just do a little voiceover over the top of all the footage and put it out. Been nearly, I think it's not been 2 months, but it's getting close since the last one I did. And yeah, you got to keep that stuff regular, otherwise people. Need to look into to stop Nightbot being a dick. Yeah, I need to look into how Nightbot works, because I do like getting people, especially if they want to show their stuff. I'm just eating these for the sake of it. Yeah, there are some secrets and little cheats that I do want to get in, like, quite badly. There's one that was in the first version of the game, and I had to take it out because of the way that I was changed the way the color palette works. But I want to get that back in. Yeah, Nightbot does have a control panel, but I don't know where. I'll find out. There'll be something somewhere about it. Yeah, actually, I can almost like cross out one page. I'm pretty close. Although some of it's stuff that I'm not going to get done till quite later, quite late in the process, because I want to commission somebody to do some key art, like sort of something that can be used as high resolution art that I can use on the website, to bookend trailers, possibly to possibly have rejigged and used as the app icon for iOS. Oh, thanks, man. Nightbot TV. Yeah. Yeah, looks like it's told a couple people off. Yeah, it's told you off once. No, twice. Ridiculous. I need to change that. I need to set up the song thing as well, because there are times when I'm sort of coding for a while, I would or at least testing for a while. Earlier, when I was in a sort of state of almost falling asleep whilst playing the game, that would have been useful to have had some kind of different music that isn't the game music. Heard it a million times now. It's still good, but I mean, it is starting to lose its effect a bit after 2 years. Yeah, not 2 years yet, not yet. Not far off. Okay, right. There's a thing here that says about links. Whitelist. I could just turn off the link block. Yeah, I've turned off the link block. Fine. Thanks, man. But yeah, getting the key art done would be cool. I've got to pay some money, I guess, for that, but fine. Yeah, so that's gonna be. I should probably write that on a different page so I can actually cross that page off because it's just in the way at the moment. There are some things I would have really liked to have had, like when you unlock something, like it tells you after you die, like it says you've just unlocked this stuff. But then when you go back to the map screen, it's just already unlocked. I would have liked. In fact, I have actually got animations where the padlocks like sort of twist and open, and they sort of fade out like a sort of sand effect. But I have no way of setting the logic up for that because of how horrible that whole system is. So it's like I could spend a load of time to try and get that animation stuff in there and that ceremony because that stuff's important, but I don't want to add loads of time to the schedule basically. I've just got to kind of accept that that's how things are because I didn't think about it ahead of time. Yeah. Stuff like that, I should probably just start dropping off the schedule now because I'm just not going to get done. That's like the unlock routine on the unlock messages for secrets. I mean, it kind of sucks that you're going to unlock a secret, like a sound effect will play or something, and you won't know what it did. But it is extra work, like to add that stuff. Like stuff where it's completely silent, I do actually want to add that stuff, but still low priority. I can put all of the PC control stuff away for now. I'm on the PC version at the moment. Yeah, most of it's all like little secrets and things on that set of the masks. Yeah, I think I'm in good shape. So yeah, I think I'll call it a night. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. These will be. I'm actually putting these up on YouTube now. They're in a playlist, so they can all be watched. I mean, they're massive, so they take a while to get through. But yeah, they're available anyway. So any of my weird, tired, stupid rants or mumbling can be heard at any time in the future. Yeah, so I guess that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah.